Good evening. I will call the City Council meeting to order. It's 5:03 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson,
I am here.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 13A, real property, conference with real property negotiator, 13B, conference with labor negotiator, 13C, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, 13D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and 13E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code 54956.8, 54957.6, 54957, 54956.9D4, and 54956.9D2. Thank you. Good evening. I will now reconvene our city council meeting. It's 6:36 p.m. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely. We've been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. No action to report. Thank you.
Moving on to item 2, flag salute and invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there is anyone in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, will you please stand and raise your hand so that we may recognize you? Please remain standing. Please remain standing. All rise. Councilwoman Kalani will lead us in the flag salute, and Councilman Lewis in the invocation.
Please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Gracious Lord, we come before you in gratitude for our city and its leaders. And in the wake of contentious times, we ask for your guidance, wisdom, and peace. Unite our leaders with a shared vision for common good and grant us with the strength to serve with integrity, humility, and compassion. Work together to bring peace and gathering for all of Torrance. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, announcements are withdrawn, deferred, and or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Madam Chair and City Manager, item 9A has been withdrawn. We have supplemental materials for item 6A, resolution number 2025-50, honoring Police Chief Jeremiah Hart upon his retirement from the City of Torrance after 24 years of service. 8I for general service to approve agreement to promote Torrance Cultural Arts Center. 9A from the Planning Commission and Community Development to conduct public hearing and adopt resolution for denial of an appeal of the Planning Commission approval of conditional use permit, CUP 24-0012. And lastly, item 9B from Planning Commission and Community Development to conduct public hearing and consider adoption of resolution for denial of an appeal of Planning Commission's approval of conditional use permit, CUP 24-0028, and development permit, DVP 24-004, on property located within the Hawthorne Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan, Delamo Business Subdistrict 2, HDA2 Zone at 3475 Torrance Boulevard. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4, I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions or ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. I have some positive news and important update I'd like to share regarding the Project Home Key Plus application submitted by Weingart Center to HCD, which is the State of California Housing and Community Development. As many of you know, the application identified the Extended Stay America Hotel at 3525 Torrance Boulevard as one of the potential sites for Los Angeles County. From the beginning, the City Council and many Torrance residents and businesses raised serious concerns with the location and scale of the proposed project. The proximity to our Civic Center and the existing 3290 interim housing village raised questions about over-concentration of services. Residents also expressed concern with the lack of meaningful community engagement, the impacts on public safety and city services, and the potential economic and traffic impacts near the Lamo Fashion Center and City Hall. In light of these concerns and our due diligence, I am pleased to announce that the Weingart Center has formally withdrawn its application for the Home Key Plus project in Torrance. This outcome was made possible through the strong advocacy of both the council and our community. We want to sincerely thank our colleagues for standing united on this issue. I especially want to recognize our residents, local businesses, and the community organizations for their tireless advocacy and steadfast commitment to protecting Torrance. They wrote letters, organized rallies, engaged the media, and mobilized neighbors and businesses to ensure their voices were heard. To everyone who stood together, thank you. Your dedication and courage ensured that our community's values were protected. Together, we raised our voices, and together, we made a real difference. While this proposal will not be moving forward, our city remains committed to addressing homelessness with compassion and responsibility. Future solutions must be thoughtfully located, appropriately scaled, and developed in collaboration with our community. That is a standard we will continue to uphold here in Torrance. We look forward to our ongoing collaboration with Los Angeles County, the South Bay Council of Governments, and various organizations throughout LA County in addressing homelessness in Torrance. Thank you, everyone. Next one, Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to request council concurrence to explore city marketing support for the upcoming fundraising concert organized by the World War II Camp Ball Committee, a nonprofit working in partnership with the city to build a national monument at Columbia Park, honoring all those who were incarcerated in America's World War II concentration camps. With ticket sales now underway for their October 15th fundraiser at 7 p.m. at the Torrance Cultural Arts Center, I believe it would be valuable for the city to help promote this important event. I'd like to ask for concurrence to direct staff to utilize the city's social media platforms and communication channels to help raise awareness and reach the event's target audience. Do I have concurrence? Thank you.
That was a 7-0. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask for council concurrence to direct staff to identify funding for much-needed improvements and possible expansion of the bathrooms at Charles H. Wilson Park. Wilson Park is the busiest park in our city with facilities and programs that draw thousands of visitors each week. It features the D. Hardison Sports Center, Tyler Sports batting cages, the Community Sports Complex rink, an amphitheater, baseball and softball fields, horseshoe courts, sand equipment, tennis, paddle and pickleball courts, basketball courts, the weekly farmers market, and the live steamers trains. It also hosts special events, adult softball, summer camps, youth sports, summer concerts, and movies in the park, along with housing our animal control offices, and soon with thanks to all of you for helping to get approved my request for pickleball courts, 8 of them, new at Wilson Park. With this level of activity, the conditions and capacity of the restrooms are critical to the experience and comfort of everyone who uses the parks. The restrooms do not have doors, and they're often not usable. I believe we need to prioritize this issue, and I ask for your support in directing staff to explore and identify funding options so that we can move forward with these very important and needed improvements. Thank you.
Just a quick question, Councilman.
Okay, Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Council. So we have capital budget already, right? So this will be in addition to what we have for this year?
That is correct, Councilman. I'm trying to city manager. We'll have to come back to you with some options of how to reprioritize or identify additional funding sources.
Okay. And we will also provide how much will that cost?
Absolutely.
That part?
That'll be part of our scoping.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Gerson.
Question in the same vein, which is we had 3 budget hearings and we've discussed even during the capital improvement conversation about how certain parks were dropped off the list, such as Hickory Park. And so we've had conversations about the importance of all of our parks. And absolutely, Wilson Park is, we use it, we love it, and it is a used park, just as Columbia Park is, and our smaller parks. I don't want to see them neglected either. I don't understand why we're doing this under concurrence when capital improvement is a constant conversation that we have. And so it's just hard for me to understand why this one park is coming out today.
It was a request, Councilwoman Kalani's request to bring this item for consideration. It's above and beyond what we had planned for. So we have an ongoing operating budget. We also have an approved capital plan budget. We constantly aim to improve the conditions of all of our parks and restrooms, but this will be above and beyond what we were planning for in the near future. This will just be an exercise and bring you options.
But every time we add something, we have to take something away as well, correct?
That may be one of the options. Yes, Councilman.
Thank you.
Or change the timing.
Thank you.
Question, please. Is it possible that there could be some economies of scale if it's done in simultaneously with the pickleball courts that are being built?
We'll have to explore what the timing is and how we can sequence if that is an option. Right now, we're just simply asking for direction to explore options and bring that for your consideration.
So we're not saying we're going to do it. We're looking for funding and
Correct. We'll bring back an
price
item.
and
We'll bring
when.
back an item for council to consider and give us direction at that point.
Thank you.
And possibly also the timing, how much time we need.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Can I just look at the thumbs again? Okay, 6-1.
Thank
Moving-
you.
Moving on to community matters. Item 6A is a retirement resolution. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2025-50, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Chief Jeremiah Hart upon his retirement from the city after 28 years of service.
Motion to approve, motion to adopt resolution number 2025-50.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thanks to the city's Community Service Department, Recreation Division, and Commission on Aging, which launched the Centenarian Program in 2022 to honor Torrance residents reaching the milestone age of 100 or more. We have the distinct privilege of recognizing a very special Torrance resident this evening. I believe Fire Chief Dumais would like to introduce this one on behalf of the Torrance Fire Department. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. David Dumais, Fire Chief. Tonight, we'd like to take a moment to honor and recognize a remarkable leader in our department's history, Fire Chief Billy C. Sloniker. Chief Sloniker dedicated 30 years of service to the Torrance Fire Department, including his tenure as Fire Chief from 1973 to 1980. During his leadership, Chief Sloniker brought our city one of the most transformative and impactful programs in our history, the paramedic program, launched in 1973. For the past 52 years, thanks to his vision, Torrance residents have benefited from the highest level of emergency medical care in LA County, if not the state. Chief, we thank you for your decades of service, your forward-thinking leadership, and your unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of this community. Your legacy lives on each day in the work of our firefighters and paramedics and the services they provide to this city. To show our gratitude, Chief, we have a little special tribute on your honor. was that? That was great. Chief, thank you so much for everything done for the city. I want to thank Captain. Thanks, Captain Chris Laponis and Engineer Trevor Graves for coming out on their off day. They do a great job, and they're here to help us honor you. We've got a couple things for you today. First of all, one of our official fire department hats. I know you got one at our breakfast a few months ago, but this is an even better one because it's got a full back to it. So we've got a nice official hat for you. And we have for you a birthday card. Now, this birthday card is a little special in that this is a picture of a United Sulfur Plant fire from 1953. And that young man in the black, so you don't have any turnouts on, sir, I'm sorry, is you pumping that fire, 1953.
That was before turnouts were required.
Okay. Sorry about that. We'll leave it at that. It's been signed by members of our fire department for you, and something for you to take home and keep. And then you have a still for you to hang on the wall. Perfect for framing.
That's wonderful. Thank you,
All
sir.
right. You're very welcome. Thank you, sir. It's yours, Mayor.
All right, you might want to put that somewhere because I think it's going to get a little crowded up there soon. Thank you, Chief DeMay. Now I'd like to invite the council to continue this recognition and help me read the centenarian proclamation, and then invite Chief Sloniker, his family, and members of the Commission on Aging to join me at the podium to receive the proclamation and take a photo. So let's read the proclamation, starting with Councilman Gerson.
Whereas Billy C. Sloniker was born in 1925 in Laredo, Missouri, and in 1931 his family moved westward, eventually settling in Torrance, where he would build a life of service, dedication, and honor. And
Whereas at the age of 18, Billy C. Sloniker proudly enlisted in the 8th Air Force, serving as a tail gunner aboard a B-17 Flying Fortress in the European theater during World War II. And
Whereas on his 31st mission during a courageous air raid over Berlin, Billy was wounded in combat and was awarded the prestigious Purple Heart in recognition of his bravery and his sacrifice. And
Whereas, upon returning home, Billy C. Sloniker began working as a groundskeeper at Torrance Park and soon married Virginia, his beloved wife of 66 years, with whom he built a loving family. And
Whereas, in 1950, Billy joined the Torrance Fire Department, where he served his community with great dedication for 31 years, including 7 years as fire chief, exemplifying leadership, commitment, and public service. And
Whereas Billy C. Sloniker is blessed with a legacy that includes 3 children, 5 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren who continue to honor his values and achievements.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim Mr. Billy C. Sloniker at the blessed age of 100 as centenarian of the City of Torrance, and wish him a continued long life, prosperity, and the esteem of the entire community for a distinguished and incredible life. Signed this 19th day of August, 2025. You have some words you want to share, Chief?
First of all, thank you all for all the kind words. It's been an amazing life for me. I got a lot of great things being a member of the Torrance Fire Department, being a member of the citizenry of the city of Torrance. And I just thank you all for your kind words. God bless you.
Okay. Thank you. We're gonna take this one. If you want to sit, or you want to sit or stand, your choice.
Yeah, just can you turn around and lean against that, and we'll just move this
Sure.
out of the way. Okay? You're gonna be okay like that?
Would the city council please come down and join us as best as you can? We'll probably be in the back. So, we got two things. I just want to see who should be holding. Maybe I'll let you hold this, hold the bottom, and I will hold your proclamation with you. Okay, sir. Okay, we gotta tighten up and make sure everybody can be seen.
Marcy, turn around.
As a matter of fact, why don't we do this? Here, you get next, and you hold the proclamation. Make sure you're seen. I'm gonna hop in the back. That's all right. Councilman Lewis suggested that we go back in the days so that the fire, so they can see. Yeah, my bad. You guys join in.
Danny's a great guy, too. We love you.
Thank you.
All the retirees from the fire department, please join us. Come on, Howard. I'm getting old. I forgot to invite you guys. You guys go in the same shirt. We got one more. Make sure everybody's in there.
Okay, all right. Move it down. I'll go back in the back.
Sal, we got one more. We got one more.
I'll go here. Sal will adjust you to make sure all your faces can be seen.
Hey, Sal, we got one more. Sal, one more. Two more, sorry. Two more. Can they stand on the side?
Very long.
Anybody else out there?
Thanks, Howard. Thanks, Sal.
Even back here, it's hard.
Make it in there.
There you go.
He's got a place to lean on, too. That's good. That's awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Yep. Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, I'll definitely- yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Get a picture of these two together. These guys used to work together. Yeah, yeah.
All right, you guys gotta look forward. Biggest smile, guys.
Come on, Chief, come on, Cap, let's go. All right. I guess you hired 3 feature chiefs if you count Adams. Only got to do that. That's good, that's good. See it right on the- All right. Okay, George.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Sloniker. Okay. All right, that was nice. Now I'm kind of lost where I am. I think we're on the Torrance Youth Council. The Torrance Youth Council was established 46 years ago to identify youth issues and concerns, make recommendations and suggestions, advise and confer with the City Council, City Commissions, committees, and city staff on related matters. In addition, they officially represent the city in youth affairs and provide support to the ADDIC, the Torrance Teen Center. The Torrance Youth Council is comprised of 18 students representing Torrance Unified School District high schools, El Camino Community College, and the private high schools in the city. Tonight, I would like to request that the Torrance City Council approve the appointment of 18 members to serve as the 2025-2026 Torrance Youth Council. I'll take a motion.
It would be my pleasure to make the motion to approve those nominations.
My pleasure to second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. I know there's a lot of proud parents and TUSD members in the audience. But before you're sworn in duty, I would like each of you to come forward and introduce yourselves and tell us which school you will be representing.
Hello, my name is Fabiana Hanoun, and I'm representing North High School.
Hello, my name is Priyanshu Sharma, and I'm going to Cams High School.
Hi, my name is Aiden Alze, and I'm representing South High School.
Hi, my name is Zoe Rose, and I'm representing North High School.
Hello, I'm Kaya An, and I'm representing South High School.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Berga, and I'm very excited to announce that this will be my third and final year serving on the Torrance Youth Council. as I will now be a senior at North High School. Hello, my name is Celine Chang, and I am going to be a senior at Torrance High School, and this is my third and final year on TYC.
Hi, my name is Anya Tripathi, and I'm representing CAMS High School, and this is my second year at TYC.
Hello, my name is Nathan Hahn. This is my second year with Torrance Youth Council, and I'm a senior representing Torrance High School.
Hello, my name's Jubin Hong. This is my first year at the Torrance Youth Council, and I'll be representing Bishop Montgomery High School.
Hello, my name is Gwyneth Lays, and this is my first year on the Youth Council, and I'll be representing Bishop Montgomery.
My name is Jaden Kim. I'm a senior from South High School.
Hi, my name is Nicole Choi, and I'll be a senior at West High School.
Good evening. My name is Ananya Rege. I'm a senior representing CAMS High School, and this is my second year on the Torrance Youth Council.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Cho. I'm going to be a senior at CAMS High School, and this will be my second year on the Torrance Youth Council.
Hi, my name is Tanner Donald, and I'm going to be representing West High School.
Hello, my name is Corey Song, and I'll be representing Torrance High School.
Good evening. My name is Kyungmin Ra. I'm a senior at South High School, and this is my second and last year.
All right, so I would suggest you all tighten up a little bit toward the podium, and I'm going to ask our city clerk, Rebecca Poirier, to administer the oath of office to the 2025-2026 Youth Council. City clerk?
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Celine Chang,
Swear that I will support and defend.
swear that I will support and defend
The Constitution of.
the Constitution of
The United States of America.
the United States of America
And the Constitution of.
and the Constitution of
The State of California.
the State of California
Against all enemies.
against all enemies,
Foreign and domestic.
foreign and domestic.
I will bear true faith and allegiance.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
To the Constitution of.
to the Constitution of
The United States of America.
the United States of America
And the Constitution of.
and the Constitution of
The State of California.
the State of California.
I take this obligation freely.
I take this obligation freely
Without any mental reservation.
without any mental reservation
Or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion,
And I will faithfully discharge.
and I will faithfully discharge
The duties upon.
the duties upon
Which I am about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
Please follow Teresa. She will have your packets for you, and you'll sign your oath before you leave.
On behalf of my colleagues on the Torrance City Council, it is my pleasure to congratulate all of you, and we look forward to working together. And thank you, all the parents. I know that behind all the students are all the parents. Item 6D. Tonight, I am thrilled to announce the Torrance Art Museum's opening of SIR Biennial at 3320 Civic Center Drive. I'd like to invite Max Presnell from the Torrance Cultural Service Division to come to the podium and tell us more about this exciting exhibition. Max?
Okay, Your Honor and City Council members, I have a script, so I'm going to read from it, or else I'll be in trouble. Okay, my name is Max Presnell, and I am the director and head curator for the Torrance Art Museum. Okay, so here we go. The Torrance Art Museum opens with Sir Biennial on August the 23rd at 6 p.m. until 9 p.m. Founded in 2011, the Sir Biennial is a recurring exhibition that highlights the impact of Latin American and Caribbean cultures on contemporary art. It showcases recent and newly commissioned works by both local and international artists who explore themes rooted in the cultural traditions of Mexico, Central and South America, and the Caribbean. I'm the curator of this exhibition, and our participating artists this year include, wait for it, drum roll, Chris Velez, Elena Manero from Mexico City, Jesus Max from Spain, the Lowrider Alliance, which I'll come back to, Miguel Rodriguez from Mexico City, Carlos Rittner from Los Angeles and Mexico City, and Carlos Beltran from Los Angeles. We have a large section of this exhibition on display from the Lowrider Alliance, and for those that don't know, lowriders are vintage customized cars, big paint jobs, often go up and down, big sound systems, that kind of thing. They're fantastic, they're beautiful, and we will have a few of them parked outside the museum just for the opening. So if you like cars, come along. Alongside this exhibition, we're going to be showing Affected Territories, Alternate Belongings. It's a media focused exhibition featuring video and multimedia works by contemporary artists from around the world. In our video room, we're presenting Backstreet to the American Dream, a critically acclaimed documentary exploring labor, race, and survival through the lens of food trucks. Civil rights icon Dolores Huerta was the executive producer of this film. The film was directed and produced by Patricia Nazario and presents an immersive look at blue-collar entrepreneurs in the Latino community. As the mayor has already said, the Torrance Art Museum is located at 3320 Civic Center Drive. Exhibitions are always free to the public, of course. The opening on the 23rd, 6 till 9 to repeat. And it runs all the way through till September 27th. So I hope you'll all be able to come and see one of these exhibitions that we're doing, particularly as this one's a little unusual for us. Hope to see you there. Expect to see you there. Thank you. And you guys.
Thank you, Max. August 23rd to September 27th, 11 a.m. through 5 p.m. Thank you. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments under items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to comments made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handouts to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. City Clerk, have anyone signed up?
Yes, Your Honor. Charlie Salinas.
And it's 7:17 p.m.
Good evening, everyone. I recently attended 2 outdoor events, and I had a really great time. One was the Rock Around the Block in Old Torrance, bigger and better than it ever has been. And the other was ABBA concert at Wilson Park, and we estimated there might have been 5,000 people there attended that. And you know, it didn't cost me a dime to go to either one of these events. Didn't even pay money in a parking meter. I mean, that is so great today when I'm pinching pennies because I don't know what the future holds. I really appreciate the city giving me opportunities to have a free night out and really had a good time. And I love all my neighbors. I love the city of Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. You can come and see Tom Petty on August 30th, I believe.
Connie Turner.
You need to come back out, honey. I'm a mom, so she looked a little confused. Connie Turner, Government Relations Manager for Southern California Edison. Thank you so much for having us this evening, because it's past afternoon now. Just wanted to say that you're going to be receiving, if you have not already, we started to send out letters July 15th. The last letters will go out on September 18th, and it talks about the demand, the base service charge. It is not a new bill or anything, or a fee or tax on your bill, but AB, Assembly Bill 205, required that we break out the cost of the maintenance of the meters and infrastructure on the electric bill. So you will see a new line entry that says base service charge. It's going to run roughly about $24 for regular residential customers and a little bit less for the California Care and Fairer Program customers who are baseline customers.
Thank you.
Suzanne Hubert.
Greetings all, Mayor Chen, City Council, audience who's still here, and audience at home. This is Ollie behind me. I'm Susan Hubert, and I've come to invite you all to some new events that are happening over at the Madrona Marsh Preserve. We're having a Saturday Science once a month. Last month we had the Audubon Society, we had International Bird Rescue, we've got Marine Mammal Care coming next month. The Tongva educators will be coming in the fall. It's one time a month. It's about an hour, 2 hours. Check our website, Friends of Madrona Marsh, for dates and details. We're also doing docent tours every Saturday. They're free. You go out with a docent from 10 to 12. Right now you get to meet some neat harvester ants. We also have a fundraiser coming up this Thursday, day after tomorrow, at P.F. Chang's. You can go on our website, friendsofmadronamarsh.com, print a flyer or take a photograph of our flyer right here. And
Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor. Can you take a picture with Ollie before Ollie leaves?
What do you mean?
Take.
Sound like we have a request to take a picture of Ollie, so maybe Ollie could come up here in the front. We could take a photo. I think the request is the whole council come down and take a picture of Ollie. Okay, so hang on, Ollie.
Ribbit. 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 I need ribbit. Ribbit. Ribbit.
don't forget to
take
ribbit.
Ribbit. Ribbit. Ribbit. Ribbit. I took a picture. Ribbit. Ribbit. Ribbit.
I thought you were saying ribbit. So Ollie, why don't you get in the middle here?
Ribbit.
Maybe Ollie in the middle, maybe you two.
Ollie, you're right in the middle. Yeah, good. You're right there. Yeah, you wanna? Yeah.
Good. Okay. Got it. We'll balance the board a little bit. Okay. I'll come to the side.
Ribbit. Ribbit. Broke it. Ribbit. Ribbit.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
So P.F. Chang's, 5 o'clock this Thursday, day after tomorrow.
Thank you, Ribbit.
Ribbit. Ribbit.
Can I call the next one?
Yeah, you go on the next one. I guess we have to give back a few minutes of our 15 minutes now.
Carrie Yu.
I stand in solidarity with Sister Sherilyn, mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, shot within 15 seconds of Torrance PD rolling up on him. 15 seconds. Escalation, not de-escalation. Also, Diotri Charles Ross, Desiree Nicole Garza, Michelle Lee Shirley, Michael David Lopez, Charles Shanley Wong, and Carlos Perez Victor were all killed by Torrance PD. Create a civilian oversight committee. Meaningful civilian oversight is proactive, independent, community-driven, empowered, transparent, individualized, and investment in the community and an iterative process. For the next 15 seconds, I'll stand.
Audrey.
When I was deciding what to speak on tonight, I was all excited at an item on the agenda that was about your Citizens Oversight Committee. And I thought, they started one, you know. But then I realized quickly that this is a committee overseeing your finances. Shows your priorities, that you can do that so easily. I'm sure you could so easily create a civilian oversight commission for the police. I also noticed that you're appointing more security for, to prevent encampments from happening. But I haven't seen anything about raising money to feed and shelter the homeless people you're just going to wipe out. You know, they won't just go away. They'll come back. And yeah,
Your time is up, ma'am. Next one.
Joseph Buck.
I don't think he wants to speak. Mr. Buck, did you want to speak? This is the time to speak. Yeah, but during consent is when you speak. During orals, you speak on that. You don't speak during consent. If you want to speak, this is the time to speak, sir.
You need to come up and speak, sir, or otherwise your time's going to start from the seat.
City Attorney, I guess it's on the agenda. It's okay for him to speak.
Correct.
Okay.
The oral communications covers things not on the agenda and the consent calendar.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. I filed as a supplement to the members of the council directly my request that one of the members of the council take the step necessary to ask that 8B be considered separately. Apparently no one wishes to take that step based on the reasoning that I submitted. Is that the situation?
Keep talking, sir. Your time is still going. Because we haven't gone to consent calendar yet.
You haven't what?
Keep speaking. Your time is ticking. We're not even on consent calendar yet. You're in oral communications.
Yes, but I was told I couldn't speak with respect to the consent calendar.
This is the time to speak for you.
Boy, you got me lost on this one, but that's, I've stated my understanding, and that's the best I think I can do at the moment. Thank you.
Got it, sir. Mr. Buck, your email was received. Each member received your email, and then a council member can decide to pull it or not after this is, when we go to the consent calendar.
Your Honor, that exhausted the list.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak who did not submit their name?
Hi. So, yes, in solidarity with Sherilyn Haynes and mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, create an independent civilian oversight commission, create a pathway for people to be heard, and for, even policing to be improved, if that's a way you want to look at it. And also noticing on item 8H that it's interesting that it's listed as fire, right? That this is a grant that has to do with fire department, the fire chief accepting this this grant, but also noticing that this is money for license plate readers are in there as well, which also means more data that goes into the fusion centers that ICE uses, and so ew.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I don't see any, and we will move on to consent calendar. Moving on to consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items listed on the consent calendar? Councilman Sheikh.
8D as in Deborah.
8D. Okay. Anything else? I don't see any. I'll take a first of all, City Clerk, may I have a number and title of ordinances before we take a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 8D?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is ordinance number 3953, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending sections 13.1.1 C, 13.2.1, 13.3.1, 13.4.1, 13.5.1, 13.9.1, 13.10.1, 13.11.1, 13.15.1, 13.16.1, 13.18.1, 13.20.10, and 13.21.20, all titled Created Composition, Compensation, and Qualifications of the Torrance Municipal Code relating to compensation for commissioners. And the second one is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Torrance Municipal Code, Chapter 2, Article 2 of Division 9 by amending Section 92.2.10 and amending Chapter 2, Article 2 of Division 9 by deleting Section 92.2.11 regarding junior accessory dwelling units.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety with the exception of 8D as in Delta, of also approving ordinances number 3953 and 3954.
Second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Lewis? Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 8D.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you, meeting with staff about this item, but for public awareness, I like to ask two things so we can share with the public. Number one is this item is for the overnight security guard services, which does not include the park rangers that we have during the day. If you could please clarify that, please.
Members of the City Council, Crystal Covarrubias, Senior Business Manager with the Community Services Department. So that is correct, Councilmember Sheikh. This does not include the park rangers.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And the second question, for this specific services, what's the criteria or the measurements we see the performance for these contracts, if they're doing great job or they're doing okay job, if there's anything we can share with the public, please.
Yeah, so the vendor, AIS, patrols parks nightly from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., 7 days a week. The overnight security services provided by AIS has allowed for uniform enforcement of park closure hours to deter vandalism and any after-hours activity. We've been able to make referrals to the Torrance Police Department and the city's homeless outreach team to ensure appropriate response and support for unhoused individuals. It has allowed for prevention and elimination of tent encampments within parks, as well as a reporting of abandoned or illegally parked vehicles for removal. And we also have the flexibility to update and adjust park patrol rotations so that resources can be directed to parks experiencing any increased overnight activity. So together, these measures have helped us to maintain park safety and compliance with closure hours and connect vulnerable individuals with the right resources. Thank you.
But how do we know if they're doing great job, or is there any criteria in place, or how do we address that?
We have no complaints with the services anytime. So they've been monitoring our parks for the last 2 years. This would be going into year 3, final year of the contract with AIS. But anytime that we have any issues, they communicate directly with the park ranger supervisor, and then we address any concerns that we have. And they also do report back to give us feedback in terms of where activity could be on the decline, so that we can then shift the patrol rotation to other areas of the city where we're seeing increased overnight activity.
So in addition to that, there are no encampments in our parks because of their efforts, their help.
Yes.
They make sure they deter any activities like that. So I think this is an essential service. I just wanted to public to be aware of this, how critical that is, and they're doing a great job performing their duties.
Yes,
Thank
and
you for
they
clarifying.
do also provide any reporting on a nightly basis, so that we can report any issues that are consistently happening to the police department or the homeless outreach team.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe something we could do. I believe the city manager sends us an email on a weekly basis with some of those reports. We could probably take a look at it and see if there's, modifications, what we want to see in there, that may help answer some of those questions
Sure.
as well.
Thank you. We did discuss about that too. Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Anyone else have comments on item 8D? Okay, Councilman Sheikh, you want to make a motion?
Sure. I make a motion to approve consent calendar item 8D as in Delta.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving along. Item 9A has been withdrawn. So now we're moving on to item 9B. Let me make sure. Now is the time and place for the appeal of agenda item 9B, a recommendation of the City Planning Commission and Community Development Director that City Council deny the appeal and adopt resolutions to approve the demolition. Actually, I think this is 9A, sounds like. All right, I think I've got let me find a different one. Sorry, folks. 9A. Yeah, I'm reading page 12 there, even though it talks about. Oh. Okay. Thank you. I'm looking at page 12. I go, that didn't sound right. That's a medical building. This page 12 is also the medical building. Yeah, I got that. The text is still incorrect. Okay, I'm gonna do my best to do this one live, I think. Am I correct? Yeah. Okay, now is the time and place to discuss the appeal of agenda item 9B. The recommendation of the Planning Commission and Community Development Director to deny the appeal and adopt resolutions. I don't believe it's a medical office building, but it's yeah, I think I need to think about this. a
Mary,
little
if we
bit.
can take a 5-minute break,
Yeah.
let's get back on track, if that's okay.
Okay, actually, I got it,
Okay,
I
thanks.
think this is the right one. My bad. This is the right one. I was thinking about a different one. My bad. All right. Okay, let's keep on going. I was thinking it was a different item. I think Michelle was thinking, yeah. Okay. To deny the appeal and adopt resolution to approve the demolition of the existing medical office building and the construction of a mixed-use development consisting of 106 residential units and 12,226 square feet of medical office floor area on property located within the Hawthorne Boulevard corridor specific plan, Del Amo Business District 2, H-DA 2 zone at 3475 Torrance Boulevard. The appeal will proceed as follows. First, a presentation by the staff, followed by a presentation by the appellant with a maximum of 10 minutes. Next, a presentation by the proponent for a maximum of 10 minutes. After which, members of the audience may speak with a maximum of 2 minutes per person regarding the proposal. Finally, a maximum of 5-minute rebuttal by the appellant. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor. Robert Garcia, Community Development. We do have a presentation. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, staff will have a presentation. If we can go to the next slide, please. Tonight's presentation will cover key aspects of the proposed mixed-use project at 3475 Torrance Boulevard. I'll begin with the background, followed by the appeal, then a discussion on the California Environmental Quality Act and how it applies. Then we'll go into the site plan, the massing of the diagram, and finally, staff's recommendation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the subject property, highlighted here in orange. It is located within the Hawthorne Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan. The general plan land use designation is Commercial Center. The zoning designation is Del Amo Business Sub District 2. The site is surrounded by a mix of residential units, hotel, and commercial development. Next slide, please. The project entitlements, including the California Environmental Quality Act, was analyzed by the Planning Commission at its June 18, 2025 meeting. The Planning Commission did approve the project, including the CEQA determination. On July 2nd, 2025, an appeal was received by the Supporters Alliance for the Environmental Responsibility, expressing that the CEQA determination was incorrect. Next slide, please. The appellant disagrees with the project's determination of a Class 32 infill development exemption. The appellant argues that the project did not meet the criteria for said exemption. Further, the appellant believes that a mitigated negative declaration or an environmental impact report should have been prepared. Next slide, please. Staff would like to identify how the mixed-use project meets the 5 criteria established for a Class 32 categorical exemption. A, the project is consistent with the general plan land use designation, that being Commercial Center, and with the current zoning, which is the Del Amo Business Sub-District 2. Second, the project site is located within the city of Torrance. The site is approximately 1.23 acres and is surrounded by urban uses. This is below the 5-acre maximum limitation for this exemption. C, the project site is not within a habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. D, the technical studies that were conducted in coordination with city staff demonstrate that the project impacts to traffic, air quality, water quality, and noise are either exempt from detailed analysis or are below any thresholds. And E, the project site is currently served by existing utilities and public services. In accordance with the guidelines for the implementation of CEQA, if an infill development project that is found to meet the criteria is categorically exempt and no additional environmental review is required. In staff's judgment, we believe that this project meets that criteria and no further analysis was required. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed site plan. The project consists again of 106 residential units, including 16 affordable units and approximately 12,200 square feet of medical office use. Next slide, please. These are the massing diagrams for the proposed mixed-use development. The massing diagrams illustrate the structure's form, massing, and architectural treatment. Next slide, please. In closing, staff's recommendation is that the that the City Council uphold the Planning Commission's approval and support the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director. Next slide, please. Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, this concludes our presentation. We're here for any questions you may have. Thank you.
So at this time, I'm going to see if any members of the council want to make any public disclosures. Councilwoman Kalani?
Thank you. I do want to disclose that I did visit the site. I also met with the developer, and I will be making my decisions on what's presented to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh?
Thank you. Same. I also met with the developer, and I also visited the site a couple times. Thanks. And my decision will be based on the material provided today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji?
Like my fellow members, I also met with the developer and visited the site, and my decision will be based on the information provided. Thank you.
And I will disclose, I too did meet with the developers, and I think the site was right next to the extended stay, which you just mentioned earlier tonight, and I will make my decisions based on the information provided tonight. Councilwoman Lewis?
I too met with the developers and visited the sites, and my decision will be based on the testimony we hear here tonight.
Councilman Gerson?
Well, since everyone else is admitting that they went to meet with the developer, I did not. I will maintain neutrality. I have no opinion of either party.
No problem. Thank you. All right. This time, is there a presentation by the appellant? You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I have an oral presentation and I will need about 6 minutes total. Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Haley Uno from Lozo Drury LLP. I am speaking today on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER respectfully requests that the City Council grant SAFER's appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the infill exemption prepared for the 3475 Torrance Boulevard mixed-use project. SAFER asks that the City Council instead require the city to prepare a mitigated negative declaration or environmental impact report before project approval. Further review of the project under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, is required because there is substantial evidence that the project will have significant adverse impacts related to noise, air quality, and indoor air quality. Therefore, the project does not qualify for the exemption on its face, and the unusual circumstances exception to the exemption applies. CEQA identifies certain classes of projects as exempt from CEQA's provisions. These are called categorical exemptions. If a project falls into an exempt category, then no further evaluation is required under CEQA. However, CEQA exemptions are narrowly construed, and exemption categories are not to be expanded beyond the reasonable statutory scope. Here, the city recommends that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA's requirements under the Class 32 exemption, or infill exemption. One of the exemption's key limitations, One of the exemption's key limitations is that it does not apply if there is substantial evidence that a project will have significant adverse impacts related to noise or air quality. Here, the project does not qualify for the exemption because there is substantial evidence that the project will have significant impacts related to noise, air quality, and indoor air quality. First, noise experts Quao Mendez Suarez and Jack Megan from the acoustical consulting firm Wilson Eyrig concluded that the project will have significant noise and vibration impacts. Wilson Eyrig found that the project's construction noise would exceed the Federal Transit Administration's 80 decibel limit at nearby sensitive receptors, located less than 85 feet from the project site, with the closest receptor just 35 feet away. The project's construction noise would also exceed ambient noise levels at these receptors by more than the city's own 5 decibel threshold. Pile driving for project construction will also produce significant vibration impacts to nearby sensitive receptors by more than double the applicable threshold. Lastly, Wilson Eyrig found that the city underestimated the project's operational noise impacts from mechanical equipment, noting that operational noise from individual HVAC units adds up cumulatively. Second, air quality experts Matt Hagman and Dr. Paul Rosenfeld from the environmental consulting firm SWAPE found that the city relied on an inaccurate air quality analysis and the project will have significant air quality impacts. SWAPE identified several model inputs in the city's Cal EE mod output files that were inconsistent with the details provided in the categorical exemption memo. Among other things, these included unsubstantiated changes to land use size, individual construction phase lengths, and parameters for off-road construction equipment. SWAPE noted that these changes resulted in underestimations of the project's greenhouse gas emissions. To more accurately measure the project's construction emissions of the greenhouse gas nitrogen oxide, or NOx, SWAPE prepared an updated Cal EE mod analysis. SWAPE calculated that, over 25 months, the project's construction would produce 159 pounds of NOx per day. This far exceeds the South Coast Air Quality Management District's significance threshold of 100 pounds per day, indicating a significant air quality impact. Third, certified industrial hygienist and indoor air quality expert Francis Offerman concluded that the project will have significant adverse health impacts related to indoor air quality. Many composite wood products used in residential building materials contain formaldehyde-based glues that release formaldehyde gas, a known carcinogen, over time. Mr. Offerman found that the project's long-term indoor formaldehyde emissions will expose its future occupants to a cancer risk of 120 per million for residents and 17.7 per million for commercial employees. This far exceeds the CEQA cancer risk threshold of 10 per million, even assuming that all building materials comply with the California Air Resources Board formaldehyde airborne toxic control measure. The city did not assess this impact. So here, SAFER has presented substantial evidence that the project will have significant adverse environmental impacts related to noise, air quality, and indoor air quality. The unusual circumstances exception prohibits categorical exemptions where there is a reasonable possibility that the project will significantly affect the environment due to unusual circumstances. The project's adverse noise and air quality impacts, coupled with the site's close proximity to nearby sensitive receptors, constitute an unusual circumstance. Therefore, the city is precluded from relying on the exemption under this unusual circumstances exception. So for the reasons I have discussed here and in SAFER's written comments, SAFER again respectfully requests that the City Council grant SAFER's appeal and require preparation of an MND or EIR before project approval. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. This moment, does a proponent have a presentation for us? Yep, right there, right in front, same microphone, 10 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Jim Sir. I'm a partner with the property owner, 3475 Torrance LLC. We intend to build a new market rate mixed-use project combining 106 apartments with medical offices. Tonight's appeal of your Planning Commission's unanimous approval of our project from its June 18th, 2025 meeting is based on an opinion that the CEQA Class 32 categorical exemption provided for by California statutes is not the appropriate form of environmental review for this or any project. We have worked extensively with your staff to demonstrate that this project meets all of the tests included in the law, helping to build a strong administrative record that supports the decision the Planning Commission reached and refutes the view that a Class 32 categorical exemption was not appropriate. Next slide, please. Surrounding properties are developed with a mix of high-rise and low-rise commercial and residential uses, including the 14-story Golden West Tower and the adjoining hotels that have very recently been your focus of attention. There are no historic resource, hazardous waste, or scenic resource issues associated with this redevelopment project, and the studies completed allowed your staff to conclude there was no reasonable possibility of significant impacts or cumulative impacts. Next slide, please. Our project extends the modernization of Torrance's active Civic Center district, enlivening the sidewalks with 88 studio apartment units, 16 one-bedroom units, and 2 two-bedrooms in a podium configuration building featuring cascading terraces that step down the building massing towards Torrance Boulevard and help to maximize sunlight and air in the central courtyard. Next slide, please. We accomplished this by using the state density bonus laws, resulting in the inclusion of a total of 16 affordable units in the overall unit mix. 8 units that are affordable to very low-income households, and 8 units that will be affordable to moderate-income households. The residential buildings, as shown in this slide, are clustered on the podium at the second level around a central courtyard, which provides a shared outdoor amenity space, bringing natural light and airflow to every home. Next slide, please. Circulation on each floor is via open-air walkways, which avoids the conventional double-loaded corridor hotel effect and serves to enhance resident safety and livability. The 5th floor residential level features expansive communal rooftop decks with both landscape and hardscape zones, along with a small water feature and shade structure. Next slide, please. On the ground level, in the podium itself, we are replacing over 80% of the existing medical office space in the current 1970-era building with new state-of-the-art medical suites served by direct access patient parking. In coordination with Torrance's fire department, we are providing a 30-foot fire lane on all non-street sides of the property. Next slide, please. The balance of the required commercial parking intended for medical staff is housed in a 3-level subterranean parking structure, along with 126 spaces for residential use. Next slide, please. And finally, our landscape design balances active and passive recreation areas on both podium and roof terrace levels, including a significant number of trees planted in raised planters to achieve a lush, mature look upon opening. And with the remaining time we have remaining, I would like to introduce Megan Kilmer from the law firm Best and Krieger.
Thank you, council members. My name is Megan Kilmer with Best and Krieger, representing the applicant. Just to start, I want to put a finer point on what Mr. Sir said in conjunction with your presentation. As we've already said, the project has adequately demonstrated that it meets the Class 32 5 requirements. In particular, the potential traffic, noise, air quality, cultural resources, biological, and water quality associated with the project were assessed in technical studies prepared in consultation with Torrance's Community Development Department and the Torrance Public Works. These studies found that the project would not result in significant impacts or less than significant impacts. I bring this up to say that there is no substantial evidence to demonstrate there's any noise or air quality impacts. Just to begin, we haven't seen any of the studies offered by Safer that represent the conclusions that the appellant has spoken to. I say this because it's often a common tactic by SAFER to challenge these projects with technical studies that conveniently favor them. For example, in the air quality studies where they mentioned using a different method to analyze air quality, that is often not employed by the Southern California Air Management Districts. Second, with our technical studies, we clearly demonstrate that there is substantial evidence that there won't be an impact to this project. With that being said, we would like to ask the City Council to deny this appeal.
All right. Okay, thank you, proponents. At this moment, we're gonna let the public make comments on this project. If there's any members of the public, maybe I should ask the city clerk, has anyone signed up to speak on this? Do you have 2 minutes per speaker?
I did not receive a list for this
Okay.
item.
Okay, no list, but that's okay. If you wish to speak, come up to the microphone, get 2 minutes per speaker.
Yes, Mayor Chen and City Council. Since Torrance won the lawsuit so far against the state regarding SB 9, shouldn't the Planning Commission have voted against this project as a zoning variance as such being asked for by the developer on this item should be invalid? Logically, the city's victory so far on SB 9 should allow the city to not have to accept any project using any housing law passed by the state since the signing of SB 9. So while this project may be within the state's current desire for overcrowding of rental buildings in middle-class, family-oriented, moderately dense cities, that is no reason to allow that to happen here in Torrance on any parcel. As far as rental housing goes, based on the size of the city, the amount of rental housing is far above what should be already built in Torrance. So there's really isn't a need to allow for more apartment buildings to be built in Torrance for a long time. Additionally, as this project lies within the Del Amo Mall district, it should follow what the previous projects that have been approved previously as owner-occupied housing rather than an apartment building. Torrance shouldn't allow any residential building over 4 stories plus 1 for parking tall and height anywhere in the city. This developer is very, very greedy in that not only does he want to double the number of unacceptable apartments and Torrance zoning code permits, he wants to provide less parking and far, far less commercial space than what the Torrance zoning code currently requires. With all of these variances being asked for, I wonder if this project could be at all profitable if he followed the current Torrance requirements. Another strange aspect of this project is that it proposes to have medical offices on the ground floor. So where are those offices that are currently in the building supposed to be due while this building is being built? Will they get first crack in this building when they start running the medical space? And finally, the city council shouldn't be approving every ugly looking type of project just because the state is stupidly trying to cram rental housing in every California city, particularly when it doesn't fit the city's character or its history.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? Please come to the microphone. Okay. I don't see any. This time I'm gonna go back to the appellant. Yeah, 5 minutes. Am I right, City Clerk?
Thank you. In response to the applicant's presentation, SAFER has indeed provided extensive and substantial technical evidence from multiple highly qualified experts that the project will have significant impacts related to air quality and noise. SAFER is not opposed to the project. We are just asking that instead of exempting the project from CEQA review, the city prepare an MND or EIR before project approval to properly analyze and mitigate the significant noise and air quality impacts, of which SAFER has presented substantial evidence. Then the project can proceed with reduced environmental impacts and increased community benefits. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think at this point, I'm going to go to any comments or questions by my colleagues on the City Council. Any of you have questions or comments? Will you please click in? Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question from the staff. I may have missed it. Did we get any evidence provided by the appellant? They're saying that they provided evidences to us.
The applicant submitted their initial appeal, and we did get a letter from them subsequently to that, but we have not seen any technical studies or any of those documents.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Thanks.
Anyone else have comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. Based on what I'm hearing is, City Clerk, I'm going to ask you for a number and title, please, for item 9B.
Your Honor, the first is resolution number 2025-51, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, denying an appeal and approving a conditional use permit as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 5, Article 1 of the Torrance Municipal Code, approving a conditional use permit to allow the demolition of the existing medical office building and the construction of a new mixed-use development consisting of 106 residential units and 12,226 square feet of medical office floor area on property located in the Del Amo Business District H-DA2 zone at 3475 Torrance Boulevard. And resolution number 2025-52, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, denying an appeal and upholding the Planning Commission approval of a development permit as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 2, Article 36 of the Torrance Municipal Code, approving a development permit to allow the demolition of the existing medical office building and the construction of a new mixed-use development consisting of 106 residential units and 12,226 square feet of medical office floor area on property located in the Hawthorne Boulevard corridor, specific plan Del Amo Business District 2 HDA 2 zone at 3475 Torrance Boulevard.
I'll take a motion from the council to approve this matter and adopt the resolutions.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we deny the appeal and adopt resolutions 2025-51 and 2025-52, and also determine the project as category exempt from CEQA.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at my colleagues. Anyone need a break? We're going to press on. Okay? We'll press forward. Item 9C. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 9C. Thank you. A recommendation of the City Planning Commission and the Community Development Director that the City Council conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution for the denial of a modification MOD 23-0010 for a previously approved division lot DIV 14-0006 to amend an open space easement for purposes related to solar panels and associated equipment and perimeter fencing on property located within the hillside overlay in the P1 zone at 2550 Pacific Coast Highway, and determine a statutory exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act, Article 18, Section 15270. The public hearing will proceed as follows. First, a presentation by the staff. Next, a presentation by the proponents with a maximum of 10 minutes. After which members of the audience may speak with a maximum of 2 minutes regarding the proposal. And finally, a maximum of 5 minutes rebuttal by the proponent. At this moment, are there any members of council who has any disclosures you would like to make first? Councilwoman Lewis.
I would like to disclose that I have toured the site. I have spoken with both parties.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to also disclose that I hiked the site, toured the site, and also spoke with the requesting party. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
I'd like to disclose that I have visited the site and have spoken to the ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you. I have I did visit the site multiple times, but I did not meet with the developer.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I too have visited the site from a distance, and I have also spoken about the project with the proponent. Thank you.
Councilman Gerson.
The location is within my district, so I'm over there quite frequently meeting with residents. This particular project was mentioned to me months ago. I have not done any recent conversations with either party on it.
Okay. I'll disclose, I've been to that property probably maybe 2 years ago, I think, when we were on a different item. So I've seen the site and I'm familiar with the location. And I did have a conversation with the, I guess the folks who want to place the solar panels, but I'll make decisions based on the information given here. All right. At this moment, does the proponent, is there a presentation from the proponent?
Staff.
Oh, staff, my bad. I'm jumping fast. It's only 8 o'clock.
All right, let's get started. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Lee Orts with the Community Development Department. Tonight we have a presentation on agenda item 9C. This item was considered by the Planning Commission on May 21st, 2025. At that meeting, the Planning Commission considered the matter and made a motion for denial of the subject request by a vote of 5-2. This item is now brought to the City Council on appeal. Next slide, please. This presentation will provide an overview of the project that includes project location, land use designation, zoning designation, open space easement, the proposed modification, and a recommendation by staff. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general vicinity of the project. The project site is shown in bright green color, and the city boundary is shown in blue color. The project site is located at the southern portion of the Skyline Mobile Home Park at 2550 Pacific Coast Highway, north of Altaloma Park, and adjacent to the City of Rolling Hills Estates. Next slide, please. This slide shows a closer view of the project location. The project site is irregular shaped and measures approximately 3.9 acres, in which approximately 1.5 acres, outlined in red color, would be developed with ground-mounted solar panels. Access to the project site solely through a secured gate at Altaloma Park via Delos Drive, with no direct access to the mobile home park. Next slide, please. This slide shows an aerial imagery from 1965, and superimposed in bright green color is an outline of the project site. The aerial imagery dating to 1965 shows the project site has historically remained undeveloped. Next slide, please. The next two slides show pictures of the project site as viewed from Altaloma Park that were taken last week. The orientation for this picture is toward the north. The project site contains seasonal grasses and native shrubs and features a gentle slope from southwest to northeast, followed by a steep slope and canyon that descend approximately 70 feet down to the mobile home park situated below. According to the community resources element of the general plan, no candidate, sensitive, or special status species are known to occupy the proposed project site. Next slide, please. The orientation for this picture is toward the northeast. As noted in the staff report, scenic views of the Los Angeles Basin and surrounding mountains are observed from the project site due to its elevation and topography. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general plan land use designation. The project site has a land use designation of public, quasi-public, open space, abbreviated as PUB. The PUB land use designation provides for open space, land owned by public agencies and jurisdictions, and land owned by private entities for uses which serve the community, such as utilities. Next slide, please. This slide shows a visual layout of the general plan land use designation that was described in the previous slide. As mentioned, the project site has a land use designation of public, quasi-public, open space, abbreviated as PUB, and shown on this slide in green color. To the north and west are residential land use designations, shown in this slide in light yellow colors, and to the south and east is the City of Rolling Hills Estates, shaded in dark color. Next slide, please. This slide shows the zoning designation. The project site has a zoning designation of open space, planting, and parking, abbreviated as the P1 zone. The P1 zone allows landscaping, parks and recreation, and development of parking lots subject to discretionary approval. Ground-mounted solar panels are also allowed in the P1 zone subject to administrative approval. Staff notes the project site is located within hillside overlay. However, those zoning provisions do not apply to the project. Next slide, please. This slide shows a visual layout of the zoning designation that was described in the previous slide. As mentioned, the project site has a zoning designation of open space planting and parking, abbreviated as a P1 zone, and shown on this slide in green color. To the north and west are single-family residential zoning designations, shown in light yellow colors, and to the south is a public use zone for Altaloma Park, shown in gray color, and to the east is City of Rolling Hills Estates, shaded in dark color. Next slide, please. This slide shows a cropped image of parcel map 72793. The project site is highlighted in green color, where note A arrows designate the project site boundary. In 2014, the Planning Commission approved a tentative parcel map to allow consolidation of multiple parcels into one parcel for the Skyline Mobile Home Park. The consolidation included the placement of an open space easement on 3.9 acres of undeveloped land at the southern portion of the mobile home park, north of Altaloma Park. The open space easement was required by the City of Torrance in relation to the Chandler Rolling Hills Country Club project, which had proposed to preserve the southern portion of the mobile home park as natural open space. Next slide, please. This slide shows a cropped image of the easement notes listed on that parcel map. On this slide, the red color arrow points to note A, which states an easement to the City of Torrance for open space purposes. Next slide, please. This slide shows an excerpt from the Chandler Rolling Hills Country Club Project Environmental Impact Report. On this slide, the red color arrow points to a component of the project description, which states that 3.9 acres are set aside as natural open space. Next slide, please. This slide shows Note A as currently recorded on the parcel map and the proposed language modification to the open space easement as proposed by the applicant. The applicant has proposed to add language to allow the use of solar panel and other related equipment and the installation of protective fencing. In the judgment staff, the proposed modification conflicts with the intent of the open space easement and is deemed not consistent with the general plan and land use designation and the objectives and policies to preserve, protect, and maintain open space. Although the open space easement was recorded without specified terms such as time span and classification of open space, based on the project description for the Chandler Rolling Hills Country Club project, such easement is intended to remain in perpetuity to preserve the historical, natural, and scenic character of the undeveloped land. Next slide, please. And in closing remarks, the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director is that City Council adopt a resolution denying MOD 23-00010 and determine a statutory exemption for denial of the subject request. Next slide, please. With that said, thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council, for your time. That concludes staff presentation, and we are available for questions. On you go. Ed. Okay.
Thank you. And now is there a presentation or someone representing a proponent? You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council, and thank you for allowing us to be here this evening. My name is Mike Mazzara with Skyline Mobile Home Park. Recently, the City Council passed Ordinance 3944, which clearly states on the first page, solar energy systems further the goals of the City of Torrance strategic plan, as Torrance is committed to increasing the adoption of solar energy systems within the city. That's exactly what we're doing here this evening. The project we're proposing is a ground-mounted solar system that will effectively generate enough energy to power 90% of Skyline Mobile Home Park in a calendar year. That includes 250 residential units, a clubhouse, pool, spa, and multiple laundry facilities. The project cost is approximately $2 million and is 100% privately funded. We're proposing to place the solar panels on a privately owned hilltop beside Alta Loma Park. Couple things I wanted to discuss here. One, when we first got into this project, speaking with staff, one of their concerns, and we shared as well, was the stability of the hill. We did get a geotech report. It's been provided to you. In that geotech report, there are drill samples. We also had a geologist review the geotech report and submitted a letter to the city. That was given to staff. There's a second geotech report in there as well that I believe one of the residents obtained. One, there's no drill samples. There's no hillside testing in that report. And two, it doesn't even reference the right location of where these panels are being placed. So just wanted to bring that into your attention. One of the things we also did during this process is we did reach out to the neighbor that is closest to this project. His concerns were threefold. Number one was concerned about the height of the panels. I believe originally when we started this project, the panels were about 3.5 feet high. The higher the panel, the more sun hits the panel, the more electric it produces. We went back to our engineers after hearing his concern and said, get these as low as you possibly can to the ground to limit any kind of view obstruction. He took another foot off them and got them to about a foot off the ground. The second big concern was glare and issues. Found an article, was written by the FAA actually, and the article was in reference to solar panels at airports, particularly landing strips. These do not emit enough glare to affect an airplane landing, therefore not going to affect anybody living there. His third concern was any kind of potential solar radiation poisoning, cancer, sickness. We did find an article written by the World Health Organization that was submitted to staff as well and submitted to him. The other thing I'd like everybody to know that this particular gentleman does have a very large solar system on the roof of his house. So I can't imagine that's much of a concern. This city, like many others in the state of California, has had Sacramento just come in and tell everybody what to do. They're making you plan and build apartment buildings left and right without looking at the impacts that's going to have on your city community. Traffic, water, sewer, and yeah, your electric systems as well. The system we're talking about putting in is going to provide enough power back to the city's grid to power 250 freestanding homes in a calendar year. We're not saying this is a cure-all for your future electric problems by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a start. So the next time somebody comes in with a 250 unit project, understand it's going to create issues for your infrastructure, but this system is going to produce enough power to power that property. There's a lot of concern out there about future solar projects right now. One of the biggest reasons people install solar systems, both commercial and residential, has been the tax credits and the depreciation that's been associated with these. Recently, though, the Trump administration has axed that. So we're going to see a lot less solar projects coming online in the future, both commercial and residential, because now that large tax credit that was once available to people is now effectively gone. So the projects that are going to get built, the majority of those are in the queue at this point. Whether or not you believe in global warming, I think we can all agree that producing green energy, while it's cost effective, is not necessarily a bad thing. The main reason we're here this evening is because of the appeal drafted by Mr. Powers, who'll get up and speak in a minute. We still believe that this project should have been approved at the administrative level. It should not have been subject to a discretionary review. But we're glad to be here, glad to be sharing this with you this evening. We will be available for questions, comments, whatever we can. But at this point, I'd like to have Mr. Powers come up and say a few words. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Since the clock is ticking, I'm going to get through this quickly as I can. My name is Greg Powers with the law firm Jackson Titus, special counsel to the applicant/appellant for this matter. Thank you very much for having us tonight. We wish we weren't here for obvious reasons, but we are, and we appreciate your thoughtful consideration. First and foremost, this project under state law falls under the Solar Rights Act. It falls squarely within the definition of a solar energy system. And for solar energy systems under the Solar Rights Act, the only legal way, first of all, Government Code 65850.5 says that a city or county shall administratively approve applications to install a solar energy system through the issuance of a building permit or similar non-discretionary permit. The only legal way for a solar energy system to be denied under state law is that the decision-making body, quote, makes written findings based on substantial evidence in the record that the proposed installation would have specific adverse impacts upon the public health and safety, and there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid those specific adverse impacts. In addition, the findings must include a basis for rejection of potential feasible alternatives of preventing the adverse impact. City staff acknowledges this in the staff report that this is the correct and applicable standard by referencing the definition for specific adverse impact, meaning a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, and written public health and safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed as the date of the application was deemed complete. That's in the staff report, and it's true. That's the Solar Rights Act, and that's what it says for purposes of denying this type of project. So we agree with staff on that point, respectfully. And I'm sorry I'm going so quickly, but I see the clock ticking. I would also like to point out that the general plan, what does the general plan say? I think it's pretty relevant here. As staff noted, the general plan land use designation for this site is PUB, which provides for open space, land owned by public agencies and jurisdictions, and here's the important part, land owned by private entities for uses which serve the community, such as utilities. That is what we have here, privately owned land that we are trying to put to a use that serves the community, and such as utilities. That's right out of the general plan. That's what we're trying to do. What does your zoning say? The solar ordinance that you adopted in February of this year says ground-mounted solar energy connectors are permitted in all zoning districts. Why adopt a solar ordinance? The ordinance itself that you adopted says solar energy systems further the goals of the city's strategic plan, and because the city is committed to increasing the adoption of solar energy systems within the city. So this project is expressly contemplated and allowed under the general plan for this designation. It's expressly permitted under the zoning for the site. It's in compliance with all objective development standards for the site. It's a substantial renewable carbon-free source of power and is consistent with, and in fact encouraged by, the city's recently adopted solar ordinance. And the only legal way to deny it under state law is to find that there's severe health and safety impacts to the public that cannot be mitigated, and that has to be based on substantial evidence in the record. That was not part of the Planning Commission's decision. It's also not in your draft resolution for approval tonight. Quick note about the map note that was the sole basis for denying the application for this project. The open space easement created by the map note does not even meet state law requirements to be a valid and enforceable open space easement. Government Code Section 51075, Subdivision D requires that an open space easement shall contain a covenant with the city running with the land that the landowner shall not construct or permit the construction of improvements except for those which the right is expressly reserved. As the city stated, as staff stated in the staff report, the open space easement was recorded without any specified terms. Thus, the open space easement that has been used as the sole basis to deny this project does not even meet the minimum requirements to qualify as an open space easement under state law. We respectfully request that the City Council honor the process and intent of its adoption of the solar ordinance and see this for what it is. It's a green, renewable, carbon-free energy source that the City Council has stated in its solar ordinance is a good thing and is in fact encouraged, and which is outright permitted in every zone in the city, is expressly contemplated under the general plan designation for this site, and which qualifies as a solar energy system under the Solar Rights Act, and therefore cannot be legally denied except under extreme limited circumstances based on substantial evidence in the record. Using a map note to get around the mandatory findings results in a de facto denial of this solar energy system in violation. Therefore, we do respectfully request.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, we will take public comments on this matter. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. City Clerk, has anyone signed up?
I did not receive a list for this item either.
Okay, and that's okay. So for those who wish to speak, step up to the microphone, and you have 2 minutes per person. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is John Paulson. I represent one of the homeowners next to this project at 25940 Richfield Drive. My family bought that property in 1968. That property has always been an open space. The general plan has been an open space, and when Chandler deeded that, it was designed to be an open space. The open space provision or easement is designed for the benefit of all, including the park next to it. It is not designed for a private venture that ultimately is being proposed today. During the Planning Commission meeting, it was very clear that the applicant is not doing the solar project for the tenants in the mobile home park. It's doing it just to make money and put power into the grid. So the benefit to the community has to be weighed against the benefit they use that open space for. So the city has already decided the easement has always been open. It's for the general use or basically unburdened view of everybody that is around that area. So the common plan was to keep that an open space easement. The discussion today about solar and the permission of solar is really a non-issue. Yes, solar is permitted, but they still need to get the variance. They need to retroactively change the ordinance now so there's no longer an easement of open space. We feel that is improper, not with the general use of the plan, not what it was designed when it was deeded by Chandler, and not for the benefit of all the community. Thank you.
I have a letter, Honors, if I could get this to be passed out somehow.
She'll pass them out while you speak, sir.
So, thank you, Mayor and council people. So I'm the homeowner that Mr. Mazzara was referring to as he had spoke to several times, which he sent me a letter one time. Anyways, so should an exemption be granted on this appeal? It should not be granted as far as it goes. On the City of Torrance coat of arms, it states a balanced city, residential, industrial, commercial. The city motto is a balanced city. So since the founding of the city, the question has always been, how do we keep the balance? When I built my house, I had to adhere to current building codes for the hillside overlay zone. Whether I knew about those laws or not, I had to adhere to them. So yes, he's correct. I do have a large solar system on my roof because I do feel that, yes, there's other issues going on. But that doesn't mean that I think the open space exemption should be granted. So in this case, Skyline knew that the property they were purchasing included an area that is designated open space, and instead of accepting that designation, we find ourselves in front of this council asking for an exemption so that it can be developed. And that's what it is. They're not doing anybody any favors. They are just developing it to make money. Times change and the city's needs may change, but the city motto has not changed. So in balancing the rights of private property owners and the current needs of the city, we still need to maintain a balanced city. Otherwise, the reason that people want to live in the city will be lost. The open space designation was granted when other areas were allowed to be developed. The Rolling Hills Country Club was developed, and in lieu of that development moving forward, this 3.9 acres was deemed to be open space in perpetuity, whether it was done so or not. So in order to maintain a balanced city, the exemption should not be granted. Thank you.
Mayor, if I just may, the last speaker, I personally know from when our kids used to play youth sports. Probably haven't seen each other in 5 years, maybe. But it won't affect any of my legal advice, but I just wanted to have that out on the record.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may also make a disclosure, Attorney Paulson is a longtime friend of the family, but I just wanted to disclose that, but it won't affect my decision.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. Next speaker.
Hi. Can you hear me? Oh, can you pull this? Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Honorable Mayor, Honorable City Council persons. My name is Mika. I'm the homeowner at 26110 Delos Drive, right next to the planned project. I sent an email to the city with my concerns in November 2023, and those same concerns stand. When I purchased my home in 2022, I was very careful to review all the easements and what the open space will be used for, because I chose this property mainly for the view and the cross breeze that comes through. So I was very surprised to hear that there are plans to build a solar farm, not a typical residential solar plan, but 700 solar panels, which would come up to my property line. My concern with this, although I'm very supportive of renewable energy myself, and I'm very invested in that initiative, I have concerns about the size of the arrays here, because something of this size and magnitude would be generating a heat island effect in my already very warm neighborhood. The hillside neighborhood is blocked off from much of the ocean breeze from the hills. So during a heat wave, it already gets about 5 to 10 degrees hotter than the surrounding Torrance areas. My concern is really that the solar arrays will increase the heat even more than it already is. And given that I plan on staying here longer term and the increasing heat for the climate, I do have concerns about how this would impact my ability to use my backyard, as well as enjoying the view of the Torrance skylines. I'll concede the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hello, City Council members. My name is Ed Strobel. I live at 25928 Richfield Drive. I've lived there for over 36 years, 38 years on Richfield Drive. My wife and I are celebrating our wedding anniversary tonight. It's not a place I want to be, but I feel it very important because we love Victoria Knolls. We love the beauty and charm of the area. This solar project is totally incompatible and would be an eyesore in the community. Also, there is a glut of solar energy being produced by California that makes it unnecessary to install a solar farm on unstable land adjacent to a city park that has an incredible view of the basin that'll be obstructed by this monstrosity, and not to affect the neighbors. And California, this is from the LA Times, solar power glut boosts California electric bills. Other states reap the benefit. The excess solar we're paying for in other states are getting away cheap. Wall Street Journal reported California is making so much solar energy, the amount wasted, not solar wasted, would power San Francisco for a year. And since then, that was 24, the number of wasted power has increased, doubled since 2021. Who's responsible for all this? The solar farms. And you want to put one there. And one of the things that happened, the solar was one of the reasons that the California Public Utilities Commission wanted to slash financial incentives. So it's going to hurt us that want to put rooftop on to give to these capitalists.
Thank you, sir. Someone else?
Hi, my name is Jane Salick. I live at 25928 Richville. I have a few objections to this as well. First of all, as we know, the space has been deeded as an open space easement. There's a scarcity of open space in Torrance, and this hillside area allows visitors to Alta Loma, a wonderful view of the basin and the mountains. A solar farm would be an eyesore. Next, this area in question is not regulated by the City of Torrance, but rather by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. The city has no authority to enforce violations or direct any needed remediation. That means that any disruption of the hillside caused by a new solar development is outside the purview and authority of the City of Torrance. Finally, the gross negligence of Saunders Property Company with respect to hill maintenance should disqualify them for consideration. They have exhibited a lack of responsibility for hillside maintenance since they bought the property. We noticed irrigation systems becoming unusable. We contacted the city to alert them to the problem, but unfortunately they had no power. This led to the severe landslide in 2024 and a number of landslides since then. So the fact that this area has been designated to be preserved as open space, the well-documented history of its instability, the neglect and complete lack of maintenance on the part of Saunders property, and the fact that the city of Torrance has no regulatory enforcement authority in this matter makes it very clear the city council should deny this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? No, you're right there, right where she was.
What's that?
Go ahead, speak right into that microphone right there.
Hi, my name's Marilee Corder. I live at 26106 Delos Drive. I was born and raised at the house that I'm living in now. All of my life, that has been open field. We used to play there when we were kids. Then when the park was made, and it was brought in a lot of really nice things to our property, to our town, to our neighborhood. When I found out about these possible solar panels going on, I have a beautiful view. I have all my life. And to see solar panels, 700 plus solar panels off of my deck is just heartbreaking. I could never imagine that's actually happening. I'm very, very against it, and I'm willing to push and push to make it stay the way it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Councilman Gerson, did you have some questions, or you want the proponent to come back and speak first? Okay, you still have time later. All right, I think the public, all those in public who wish to speak has spoken. I'm gonna give the proponent 5 minutes for a rebuttal, if you wish.
Thank you. Just to address a couple things. One, I just want to make sure everybody knows that we are proposing to build this within the regulations that are set aside in the city's solar ordinance. So we still have to adhere to height and setback requirements. So we're not building this in anybody's backyard. This is not going to touch anybody's backyard. The other thing that I heard that was brought up was regarding our ownership's ability to maintain hillsides. Unfortunately, what you heard was just flat out not true. We have had some hillsides in that park. As soon as we had them, we got on it immediately. HCD's been involved every step of the way. This is not a simple, just call the guy out and get it fixed. This is over $1 million worth of hillside repair that needs to be done, planned properly, with the right contractor, the right materials. Did it take longer than any of us were expecting to get going? Yes, but the second that it happened, we were on it right away, tarped everything, secured everything, and ultimately now the hills are just about done getting fixed, and they are done, sir.
You are a
So
total liar.
they are.
Please don't disrupt the speaker, sir.
So they are getting fixed. We should be done here in another 3 weeks. So if you look at the largest slides in front of the park, all done, signed off by HCD. So we've brought in professional engineers to not only put together a scope of work, but also to come in and do the follow-up to make sure everything's been done appropriately. Once again, I think Mr. Powers has a couple things, but we're available for any questions, and thank you again for having us.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you again. Sorry I had to speak so quickly earlier, but I just wanted to come back up and say thank you for your consideration tonight. Couple quick things. First off, we respect that, staff has its opinion and the planning commission had its opinion, but we're asking you to honor state law and specifically the Solar Rights Act. And hopefully you've all had a chance to read my appeal letter, which I believe is attachment 12 to your staff report. I really hope you've all had a chance to review that. It gives you a lot more detail about what the Solar Rights Act says, how this project qualifies as a solar energy system under the Act, what the legal bases, what the permissible legal bases are to deny a project like this. And when you have a situation where you're using a basis to deny a solar project, like for instance here, a note on a map about open space easements, to deny a project that's supposed to be ministerial and administrative under state law, that's what's referred to as an end run around under state law requirements or state law mandatory findings. We respectfully request you to honor the process and really honor your own solar ordinance that you adopted in February of this year. And we're available for any questions and very much appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at this time, we'll go on to the council. Councilman Gerson.
I will start with the qualification that, of course, you know, but everything I say is going to be based upon my opinion and my observations in more than a year of dealing with this property and this property owner. So everyone understands it. It is my opinion that I will be expressing. First, sir in the blue shirt who came up and speak, you definitely understand what's happening with electricity and solar and what SCE is presenting as far as their story of overproduction of electricity through solar and why they had to move to NEM 3.0. I listened to their meetings, and you are accurate, sir, in what's happening. And I saw, you know, I heard you call him a liar, and I saw, ma'am, you shaking your head. And more than a year now, yes, so frequently full of shit. Even to the point of needing threat of citation by HCD to move on the land. Yes, I frequently check with staff to find out what's happening over there. Unfortunately, no matter how I feel about it, I will have to vote with the law. And so no matter what happens this evening, no matter how I feel, I will follow my obligation under the law. But I also want to point out to you that there are no members of Skyline here. This council has beaten them up, and I've witnessed two times where all the residents would come in and speak their case. And I feel for them. The gentleman who presented that the electricity is being sent back to the grid and not that it will power 90% of the park, but it is a money opportunity, fits within line of what I've been observing over the last year. Everything that the community presented today, I agree with you. I think you see what's going on, and you have an accurate picture of what's happening, what all of you presented. And I support you, you know, that now we have homeowners coming in from above when we've lost all of the ones below who, after the last time that Skyline residents came and the council had a love fest with the owners of the mobile home park and talked about the great contract that will come. It's my understanding now that within that contract, if they signed it, the owners have waived liability for any landslide activity that would happen and are no longer liable, and the residents would have to take care of themselves if they signed it. So, like I said, everything you see is accurate and correct. The only question before me is whether the 2014 EIR and that Chandler signed that, whether that is in effect or not. And that is the legal thing that I have that I need answered. Because I'll say it a third time, I will follow the law and protect the city as such. I'm not even gonna ask my questions because it's gone badly before, but I wanted to share with you how I feel, what I've observed, and my support of you and everything that you're saying tonight. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Any other members of the council have any questions? Councilman Shade.
Thank you. Couple of comments were made by the applicant. Can I ask a couple of questions, please? How many community outreach meetings did you have for this project?
We've had one meeting where we've discussed this with the residents.
Okay. And when was that?
It was probably 2 years ago, approximately, right when we started the process working with city staff on this.
And you are planning to have 700 plus panels. What's the main use in your, what's the main use for those?
I'm sorry, I don't, the main,
Why are you putting panels, 700 plus panels? What's your idea? What you're gonna be doing with 700 panels there?
the panels would produce electricity,
Would
is
you,
what the goal
would
is
you-
of the panels.
would you provide those electricity to the Skyline Mobile Park in any shape or form, or that?
So when we produce power, it goes back into the city's grid.
I'm aware
Where
of that.
exactly it goes, I don't really know how to control that. It could wind up at Skyline, it could wind up at City Hall, it could wind up at your house.
Are you thinking about providing the electricity from these panels to Skyline Mobile Park, or are you gonna give them any discount, anything that you have on your head?
So the way billing works for, the way Skyline is set up, it is a master metered system. So we are connected to the city's grid. So anybody who turns on a light or a faucet within Skyline is sub-metered within the park. There's one master bill that comes from SoCal Edison. And the way we have to bill utilities, especially electricity, it's actually outlined in the mobile home residency law, and it's very clear that we have to charge then posted SoCal Edison rates. You cannot charge more, you cannot charge less.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Couple of questions from the staff, if I may, please. Do we have any example for these many solar panels on open space area? It doesn't have to be in our city. Anywhere do you guys know these many?
Councilmember Leor's Community Development, that matches the project description being ground-mounted solar panels in a quantity of 712 panels? No. We do have solar panels mounted on rooftops, large warehouse industrial buildings with plenty of rooftop space in this number as well, 712 plus panels. That's predominantly where we see this type of development on large buildings with plenty of space on the rooftops, particularly the warehouse buildings.
But they're scattered. They're not in one open space area, right?
None that comes to mind of staff, no.
Okay. Do we know of any health risk because of these so many panels in one space?
Councilmember, the Solar Rights Act limits us in terms of the type of analysis we were performed at the administrative level when permitting solar panels. It would be based on public health and safety impacts in the judgment of the building official. Likely would not rise to the occasion of any particular health impacts that we would be aware of.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I have a question for the city attorney regarding the easement agreements. It's my understanding that going back to 2014, when the city was engaged in discussions with the City of Rolling Hills Estates, this was related to the Rolling Hills Country Club and the adjacent real estate developments. Is that correct?
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. That's correct. There was a land swap as part of the development between the City of Rolling Hills Estates and the City of Torrance.
All right. So at that time in 2014, the project required an environmental impact report.
That's correct, and it went through LAFCO.
Okay. Now, LAFCO, as defined, is a county agency.
Yeah, it's called the Local Agency Formation, so they deal with jurisdictional boundaries.
Okay. So at that time, there were easement agreements that were recorded on both the Rolling Hills portion of the property and also on the Torrance side of the property?
Correct.
And so I think the question that is before all of the members is, in the easement agreement that is on the Rolling Hills Estate side of the overall property, there is definition as to what open space is?
I'd have to look it up again, but I believe it's more explicit than it is on the property at issue here.
Okay, so at this time, for the property controlled by the applicant, there is no specific definition or restrictions as it applies to open space?
There's a map note, and then that's the description of open space. I believe in the CEQA document, it talks about natural open space.
All right, but there's no, while there's a map note, there is no separately recorded document?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. So I have a question for the applicant. So I think a question that I have, and perhaps some of the other members, is this inconsistency between the two easement agreements. And I guess our concern from the city side is what our liability might be if we did go forward and approve the solar array because of this fuzziness in the definition of open space and what can be placed on the open space. In this particular instance, the property that's the subject tonight. Here's a general question, and I don't know if you or your attorney could respond to this. Would you, as the applicant, be willing to provide some type of protection to the city so that we're clear of any, if we do move forward with your project, that you would, I guess, assume any liability for any further legal actions that might call into question whether or not our definition is the correct one in approving this?
That's something I'd have to sit down and speak with our attorneys about, and
Sure.
I'd have to have a lot more information before I could answer that. I can't say yes, but I can't say no either here this evening.
I understand. Okay. And just for my own information, from the first time that you submitted this to the city, how long has it been during the review
Leo would
process and the
probably
hearing?
better off know that, but I think we've been working on this for a couple years now. I believe that's about right.
Councilmember, it's my understanding my predecessors were working with the applicant for a couple years before
Okay.
I stepped in, yes.
Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to voice that question to you, and while I don't expect you to readily respond, I think that remains kind of an open question for us, should we move forward. Thank you.
I think staff wants to make some comments.
Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Anytime we bring a resolution forward, if the council was to grant the appeal, we would have to bring back a resolution because the resolution tonight is for denial. When that resolution is brought back, there's always an indemnification clause in there that the applicant would have to agree to.
All right. If I look at the order of clicking in, I think Councilwoman Lewis, you're next.
I'm sorry, I think Mr. Ramirez answered my question. So tonight, if we were to deny or approve the appeal, I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
If you were to grant the appeal, we would have to come back at the next council meeting with a new resolution granting the appeal, because our recommendation tonight is to deny the appeal, so the resolution's for denial. And when we would bring back that new appeal, that new resolution, an indemnification clause would be included in it.
Okay, and there would be no way for us to grant the appeal and get an indemnification clause in it along with that, right? We would have to.
We would bring, if you granted the appeal, we'd have to bring back the resolution, and that resolution would include the indemnification.
Okay, and what if when we bought it back, the appellant decided, no, we don't want to agree with that clause?
Well, we would have to consult with council, but it would be staff's recommendation not to allow it to go through because we do want to ensure that we are protected.
Okay, and there's no way that that could be, we would have to deny it and then bring it back again in order to include that. I just want to make sure I'm tracking that correctly.
I think you lost me on that last
Okay.
question.
So in order for the clause to get in there, we would have to deny the appeal tonight.
Well,
and then it would have to
you
come
don't
back?
have to, if you deny the appeal tonight, then it's dead.
Okay, so, okay, got it.
You would have, if you want to grant the appeal, then you would give that recommendation with staff bringing, and with the, or the guidance for staff to bring back a new resolution granting the appeal.
Understood. Thank you.
And granting repeal in the resolution, staff come back, we'll have the indemnification for the city.
Yes,
Which is
all
what
of our,
Councilman
all of our
Coddy was getting at.
resolutions include that. That's a standard
Okay.
in all
Just
resolutions.
want to make sure everyone heard that. I think that's what I heard. Councilman Matucci.
Gosh, it sounds to me that we have a lot of the same questions, yeah. All right, so I mean, looking at everything, open space allows solar panels. The zoning allows solar panels. There's no recorded restrictions on this particular parcel that we know of. So I think, the indemnification clause, it almost seems like, I feel like if it's part of every ordinance, and I believe I've seen it in every, and usually in part of every ordinance.
It's a standard.
It's a standard, yeah. I just don't see how, on what grounds we can deny the project. I just don't see how. I know there's some discrepancies, but I mean, just based on the facts that I see on paper, and I kind of expressed this, several times that, if we can't, we can't just put our personal opinions into something. We have to look on what's there in front of us right at this particular time. Ordinance 3944 allows solar panels on open space. The zoning disallows it. Open space allows solar panels, no recorded restrictions. I believe by state law, these types of projects are exempt from CEQA.
Yes, solar is usually done administratively.
Administrative, okay. So I'm just trying to find, a reason for the suggested denial, but I just don't see why we should deny a project if pretty much all the indicators show that a project like this should be approved. So, I just don't think we need to bring anything back other than a resolution that upholds the appeal and approves the project. That's the type of resolution I'm going to be accepting, and nothing else, because I just don't see why we would want to stop this types of projects. Plus, we constantly push for, solar this, solar that, and then here comes somebody willing to invest a couple $1 million on, and people say, well, what's in it for the public? Well, what's in it for the public? That we're going to be less brownouts, less blackouts. I mean, if we have enough of these types of projects, we probably have enough power for everybody to have a EV cars. So I don't know. When I get a notification from Southern California Edison in the middle of August says, don't use your air conditioning from 2 to 5 p.m., that kind of pisses me off, because isn't it your job to produce enough power so that I can keep my AC on? So I don't know. I see these types of projects. I say, you know what? It's pretty darn cool. I just don't see anything that would preclude us to move towards a denial of this project. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, sir. A question for staff. If you could help us all once again understand the difference between the one parcel and this one, as far as the definition of the open space and what could be put on it. Is there anything we can do to best understand that so that we do follow the law?
Councilmember, I'm going to ask my peers if we can guide back to the presentation slides. Revert back to the presentation slides for staff, because the slides do provide a visual aid that we all can follow along and describe it here. And then we'll begin with slide number 3, please, and we'll go continue from there. So, Councilmember, as outlined earlier in the staff presentation, the subject parcel or the area of the project site is the area highlighted in green color. That area there is a portion of the Skyline Mobile Home Park. It's undeveloped and it's at the top of a slope as well. Moving forward to the next slide, this area here outlined in red would highlight or indicate the area where the applicant proposes to, at some date, install solar panels, ground-mounted solar panels. But it's important to note that this area highlighted in green, 3.98 acres, does have an open space easement. As to where that open space easement came from, on the next slide, it's slide 5. Part of it is in relation to the historical nature of the project site, which has remained undeveloped, and as far as back of aerial imagery dating to 1965. Next slide, please. And its current condition as well, showing that it's remained undeveloped as natural open space. And if we can move forward over to slide 8, please. Our general plan land use designation, which is the blueprint for guiding development here in the city of Torrance, does designate the site as public, quasi-public, and open space as well. Open space being the top bullet point. And then the next slide, that shows a visual layout of the general plan land use designation. And what you see here on this slide at center, highlighted in green color, is the area of Torrance that's designated for public uses or open space, PUB. But also on the far east side, or on the right-hand side of the slide, would be the golf course portion of the Rolling Hills Chandler project that was also designated with the same open space designation. And then moving forward to the next slide, the implementation tool for the general plan is the zoning code, and the zoning for that site has an open space planting parking, which is referred to as the P1 zone. It does allow for landscaping, parks and recreation, and solar panels are allowed through an administrative process. That is a fact. The next slide does show the visual layout again, just to get a better understanding as to the project site. Center there, P1 zone, that is our open space planting and parking abbreviation for the site. And then around you can see the residential designations to the north, to the west, and then the city Rolling Hills, and then the golf course as well. But I believe Community Director Mears has a comment.
Yes, Mayor, council members, I believe to answer your question, the difference between this and the golf course, at one time, the area that is in the middle between the two green spots belonged to the city of Torrance. And the P1 to the far right, where the golf course, did not belong to us. We did a land swap with the city of Rolling Hills, where we gave them, or didn't give them, where we did a land swap and we received funding as well as the golf course. In return, they received that middle area to develop on. When that was done, there were restrictions that were put on the rights on the golf course area. When they did the environmental review document, they not only included that center area and the golf course, but they also included the mobile home park. So that was part of the environmental review document. When that environmental review document came out, it said both of those areas that are marked P1 should be left open for a natural open space. However, when the actual easements were recorded for the golf course, there was actually a development agreement that was entered that clearly laid out what the requirements were to keep that open. to keep that as a natural open space for forever. The other P1 that the mobile home park owns, in reading the IR, it appears that that was supposed to be the same for that. But those requirements, that agreement was not entered or did not get recorded. So when staff went through this project, well, yes, we did amend it to allow solar in all areas within the city. We came across this easement. We looked at the environmental review report, and in reading those, we realized the intent was probably to keep this also as natural open space forever. And that is the reason why staff made the recommendation they did. But it is correct when it says in our staff report, there is nothing recorded, though, on that easement that lays out what that means. And that is what is here for now that's been put in front of this council. That is why this is here. Had that not been on there, then it is correct, we would have reviewed this administratively. But because there's this easement and it deals with land use, that is why this was brought forward to the Planning Commission and then to the City Council on appeal. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, my other question is, what instrument do we have, if any, to protect the city over and above a release of liability to make sure that we're understanding this correctly and adhering to the ordinance correctly? Is there?
Councilmember Leord's Community Development, to go one step further, aside from the indemnification or liability language, there could be a reevaluation or a closer look at the project EIR for the Chandler Rolling Hills project, just to reconsider the natural open space and what was described and the intent of that natural open space, and to see if there would result any sort of potential environmental impacts, or if we can just prepare a supplemental environmental analysis. That would be led by the applicant in coordination with the lead agency for that project as well.
So would it be appropriate to ask the applicant if that's something they would consider doing?
Good.
Yes.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Greg Powers again on behalf of the applicant. I'm not sure I understand the question because solar projects are exempt from CEQA, but it sounds like we're being asked if we would be willing to do CEQA review for the solar project. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly.
Councilmember, to clarify, what's being considered this evening is not a solar project, it is a request to amend the easement note for open space purposes, not a solar project.
Well, and I think that goes back to our original issue, which is really this is a solar project, whether we want to call it that or not, and it is governed by state law, and it is subject to ministerial review, regardless of, respectfully, I have to disagree with staff. State law is clear on this issue, and your general plan is clear. When you're showing this slide just a few minutes ago, the third bullet, which wasn't mentioned, was that one of the things that the city feels is appropriate in open space is things that serve the community, such as utilities. And here we're talking about a ground-mounted solar network to generate electricity for up to 250, 300 homes. So I whether or not we'd be willing to go through an environmental review process for something like this, I don't think that's supported by the law. And I just see, we've been working on this for, I think we're closer to 3 years at this point. So I think I can't answer that question without speaking with my client in more detail. But off the cuff, it doesn't seem to make sense to me, since this should be an exempt ministerial approval from a legal standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just got a clarification with the staff when we were talking about the Rolling Hills Country Club side. I think it was said that that's considered open space, so that means a golf course is considered a open space now. I did not know that. Is that true?
Correct.
So you could develop. Okay. That's news to me. Councilman Gerson.
Director Ramirez, if you'd take a few questions, please. I just want you to verify. We accepted $10 million in addition to the land swap?
I am going to have to refer to the assistant city manager because I was not here in 2014 and
Appreciate
would
it.
not be able to, I believe that's correct, but I don't want to misquote.
Thank you, Director Ramirez. Mayor and Council, Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager. Councilman Gerson, it was $9.8 million, but yes, it was involved with the LAPCO annexation, de-annexation of properties that were in Torrance, now in the city of Rolling Hills Estates, and properties that were in Rolling Hills Estates, now in the city of Torrance.
Correct. In addition to the land swap, and thank you for us being more precise, in addition to the land swap, we accepted cash in the amount of approximately $9.8 million. That sounds like a contract to me. Letters were sent out within 500 feet of the project, which is why we have homeowners present. Did we contact Rolling Hills Estates and ask for their opinion because they were involved in this contract with us?
Councilmember, the contract or development agreement entered between the city of Torrance and the project applicant for Chandler Rolling Hills pertains to the golf course portion of the open space and the golf course and the development of Chandler project, not this particular project site that's being considered this evening.
So Rolling Hills Estates was not, the city itself was not involved in any of the conversation. It was between the city of Torrance and the developer?
No, I think Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, I think what the senior planner, Leo Orts, was saying is that when the agreement for the 9.8 million, that was specifically just for the land that was owned by the city and the land that was owned by the city of Rolling Hills. The subject land of the mobile home park was not part of that agreement.
How did it wind up in the EIR?
We don't have a response to that, but it is in the EIR.
And we haven't made contact with Rolling Hills Estates to see if anyone there might
No, we have not.
some institutional memory on it.
We have not.
Does anyone from the Chandler family have knowledge of it? Have we contacted them to understand from their perspective? Since Mr. Chandler accepted the EIR, but as other council members have said, it hasn't been written into the easement specifically. There was a breakdown somewhere in the process. And I was just wondering if we checked with any member of the Chandler family or looked at that avenue as far as answering our unanswered questions as far as why.
No, we have not.
I agree with Councilmember Kalani that we do have a legal issue that needs unwinding. Every party has a case. The park owner has represented his legal case. We had a representative also from the other side, and I think they both have claims. And I agree with Councilmember Kalani that we need to step out and have a new, as you suggested, EIR possibly prepared so that someone who is not one of the parties involved can settle this, so that we are set into a fair position, that we are not making that legal decision, but that a new EIR or an amendment in some way comes out so that we know, again, from that neutral source, how this should play out. I don't know if I worded that very well, but I hope someone makes that their motion.
I'm not sure. I see a lot of heads going up and down, but Councilman Kaji, you want to speak?
Okay, thank you. At least for me, maybe the clouds are parting. Tonight, we voted on item 8B on ordinance number 3954, which applies to the Senate Bill 9 and ADUs here in the city of Torrance. And I think for many people here who have been tracking this, state law effectively has nullified our hillside ordinance. And if an applicant comes to us with an ADU plan for their single family resident, that plan must be approved administratively. So I'm looking at, I'm listening to what the applicant has stated regarding the Solar Rights Act. So I have a question for the city attorney, and using the analogy, it may not be a perfect analogy, but SB 9 and our hillside overlay. Does the Solar Rights Act, which is codified in the state of California, allow solar installations without CEQA review?
Yes, it becomes exempt from CEQA. And just a quick clarification, the earlier ordinance is for ADUs. SB 9 was for lot splits, so they get confused a lot by the public. But the ADU law is separate from the SB 9 that allows like lot divisions and subdividing your lot.
Thank you for correcting this, council member. But once again, going back to the Solar Rights Act, if, as you stated, solar installations are clear of CEQA review, then in spite of this difference or between the two easements, between the Rolling Hills Estates, Rolling Hills Country Club property and the Torrance property by the applicant, doesn't then the Solar Rights Act allow the applicant to move forward administratively without us requiring any additional CEQA review or a new CEQA amendment?
I think what staff was trying to get to was the CEQA analysis had it as natural open space, and this would be inconsistent with natural open space. And that's where staff came up with their recommendation.
Right. Well, I'm still kind of stuck because if the Solar Rights Act does preempt CEQA review, isn't this then unnecessary?
The issue is it's prior CEQA review, right? So the CEQA review on this with the map note said this had to be natural open space, and then how that's defined is where staff and the applicant got sideways with each other.
Okay, so once again, I'm referring back to the Hillside Ordinance and state law. We've had the Hillside Ordinance for many years, but now with the passage of state law, ADUs are now a thing which have to be approved. Is this not a sort of a similar example?
To be a lawyer here, yes and no. So there, it's a clear differential that the state law says we can't have subjective review. Here, they're not saying that the solar installation needs CEQA review. They're saying that the CEQA review done back in 2014 required this to be natural open space. And they were saying that that is inconsistent with installing solar panels.
Okay. I raise the issue because for the applicant, if this is, and as I've looked at at the attorney's letter to the city, if this does provide a basis for administrative review, I'd like for us to be clear, and also for the applicant. I know that as a city, we don't need any further litigation, and we all want to avoid that, but we also want to make sure that if we do move forward, we're in compliance with state law, that the city does not run any further risk of litigation, because even though there wasn't any definition to the easement on this particular property, I think we want to make sure that it's a clean deal. Right now, it's sort of muddy. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm just going to give a little bit of time, because right when I call you, Councilman Shake, someone's going to click in usually. Okay, looks like no one.
Okay.
You want to make a motion and take a stab at it? Oh, okay. I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
I will move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. At this moment, I just want to make sure I'm reading this. I got a motion clicked in from Councilman Tucci. I also have a
I
request
thought
from
it- I thought
Councilman
it-
Shake.
I apologize. I thought he was gonna do a motion to close the public hearing. That's fine.
Is that what your,
Hmm?
Councilman Shake, was that,
No, mine was motion for different reason. So we already closed the public hearing.
right.
So yeah, so I know there's a lot of ambiguities going on. There are a lot of uncertainty, lots of confusion. So I like to request consideration by the applicant for a continuance in order to appear for the review of the environmental analysis that was described in the Chandler Rolling Hills Country Club Project Environmental Impact Report, EIR, such as through an amendment to the EIR that would consider modifying the original project description and clarify the intent of natural open space. And that would include the indemnification in favor of the city of Torrance.
I'll second that.
did Councilwoman Lewis?
I just have a question regarding the, this is not a full EIR, is that correct, Ms. Ramirez?
That, from what the Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, from the motion that was provided by the council member, it sounds like it's an addendum. It is not a full EIR.
And what would be the normal processing time of an addendum of this type? I mean, what could we reasonably, because I mean, we're 2+ years here. We always talk about generating renewable energies and, you know, yeah, we're stumbling out the gate on this one, but
Councilmember Leord's Community Development. The applicant would be required to prepare technical studies, in this case, probably biological resources and open space, any other technical studies to support the addendum to the EIR. The applicant would need time to prepare those studies. Upon submittal to the City of Torrance, we would need time to review those as well. From the time that staff reviews the application, all technical studies, and deems the application complete, it'd be 16 weeks to schedule for a planning commission hearing, so it'd be approximately 4 months. Oh, I'm sorry, then directly to the city council. Addendum CERs, my understanding is do not require public noticing or a CEQA comment period. It can be brought before a decision-making body as well.
And if I may, Mayor, Council, it sounds as like, if I'm correct in what the recommendation would be, it'd be actually kind of to continue this item and to bring this back, if I.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Let's let Councilman Tucci make a comment.
I'm not quite done yet.
Oh.
And the reason that I'm not quite done yet is because I still have some ambiguity on what we're talking about. If we bought the item back, that sounds like a lot of time in order to perform a study that's already technically not required, just for us to answer a question. Is there not a way that can be fast-tracked? The 16 weeks was in error, correct? Because I'm like 16 weeks before it can be planned and then bought back and planning commission, and that's a lot of time.
Mayor, council members, the 16 weeks that was spoken of, that was if it was going to planning commission, but this would not be going to planning commission, be coming straight back to the council, as the council is the one providing the direction and requesting the information. So that would not be taken into account. The biggest time frame would be for how quickly the studies could be presented to us by the applicant, if that's the direction. Once we receive the studies, then I would say it would take us between 4 to 6 weeks. I would say it would take us about 4 to 6 weeks to complete the review.
Okay, I just feel like that there's already been enough studies regarding this, so thank you.
Okay, hang on. Councilman Tucci?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of boggled by mind because there's nothing recorded on this particular parcel, which was not part of the land swap. Probably should have never been even part of the equation in the first place. This is private property. It's deemed open space. I mean, I'm going down the same things over and over, and these types of projects are exempt from CEQA. I mean, I don't know how many more times I need to say that. And for us, having to go back, looking at an environmental thing, and then to come back and deny it based on that, I think we're violating state law. Talk about creating liability. In my opinion, we're creating liability by not just moving forward and getting this thing done. We're beating this one to death. Yeah, so I don't know what the intention is to kick it down the road even more. It's already almost 3 years that they're dealing with this. There's discrepancies, I get it, and I know we're all trying to protect the city, but if we truly want to protect the city tonight, I say we stop screwing around with what the intent was and look at what's there in front of us. And what's there in front of us is no recorded restrictions. Open space, Ordinance 3944, allowing solar panels on open space. They lowered it to whatever, 2.5 feet, 3 feet. It's not blocking view. Can you see them? Yes. But, if you look down, you see dirt. That's just how it works. The indemnification clause is in the resolution. So I don't know why we're trying to even beat this one to death. Excuse me, to death. I really do think we need to uphold the appeal, bring back a resolution to approve the project, and determine the project exempt by state law from CEQA. That's what I think the proper route to do this. Right now, I think we're screwing around with we are creating the red tape that people talk about. We're creating 3 years for a solar panel system is ridiculous. But anyways, go ahead.
But how do we protect the city that we're trying to, that's the main reason we're presenting that.
No,
Are we sure
I
that
get
in the
that, but
future?
we're kicking the can down the road, in my opinion. Huh?
The resolution that the staff will come back with will have the
That will do it,
indemnification.
yes.
And the indemnification. I mean, quite honestly, I think, again, we've done this several times through the 7 years that I've been here, that we put personal opinion ahead of what's in front of us, whether it's through code, law, zoning, and we start putting personal opinions because we start, showboating to the public. It is what it is. Show me one thing that would stop this project from going forward, and it's an assumption that somebody didn't file something. To me, that's just an assumption. I'm looking at it from, in my profession, I look at title. If title says there's no restrictions, that means title says there's no restrictions, period.
Why do you pay people to clear title? Then why do you pay people to clear title? This is clearing title.
No, I don't think we're clearing title. I don't think we're clearing title because this type of project is exempt from what we're trying to bring back. We're trying to clear up something that has nothing to do with these types of projects by state law. Are they exempt from CEQA?
You are giving one opinion, as you said. That's the reason why there's a superior court. They give multiple opinions in the same, all attorneys, and they give different
guys,
opinions.
let's do this. Let's do this. We'll let him finish, and then we'll let you come in.
It's my opinion that I think we're just screwing around we're playing with fire. That's what we're doing. There's nothing on paper that would stop this project from going forward, and it's almost like we're trying to dig deep, trying to look for some excuses. So, and 3 years is plenty of time to should have gotten approved a long time ago, but.
Okay, Councilwoman Kalani.
Well, first of all, do we have to clear the motion that's on the floor in second? And then I'd like to speak after that.
Well, I think, go ahead and speak right now,
Okay,
because
all right.
it may change what Councilman Shake's motion is,
Okay.
because otherwise, we'll let the motion go, and then it could be,
Well-
pass or no pass, right?
Just to be clear, I do not dislike this project, and I have no personal opinion about this. Thank you very much. But I do want to follow the law, and it's my understanding that we're not sure what the law is right now, or what the ordinance is right now. Is that correct, or are we clear? Because if we're clear, then I'm ready to make a decision. If we're not clear, then I don't know how we can. Question for staff.
I think staff has explained their position. I think everyone knows what the Civil Rights Act says. It's just that staff's position is based on what was in that EIR, and that was supposed to remain as natural open space. And that's where staff has an issue, because throwing up 700 panels on natural open space doesn't seem to be natural open space.
Your Honor, if I may, Danny Santana, City
Go ahead.
Manager's Office. In 2015, this council, a prior council, accepted an open space easement as a part of a final parcel map 72793. That gave a open space easement to the benefit of the city of Torrance over this property. What staff is presenting is not a matter of whether to approve a solar project. It's whether to approve an amendment to that easement. And it's only the city and council that can approve an amendment to that easement. So there was an easement recorded over this property. Unfortunately, it didn't give us enough detail that would have allowed staff to guide this along the way and to provide additional information for the council to consider tonight. So the item before you is whether you want to amend that easement or not.
Well, for me, I think we have to look at what we see at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Sheikh, do you have enough, are you still going to do a move for a motion?
Yes, same motion.
It's still seconded.
What is your motion?
You want me to read the whole thing?
I'm not sure I heard it the first time. I just know that you clicked in.
Okay, so I'll go again. I'd like to request consideration by the applicant for a continuance in order to prepare further review of the environmental analysis that was described in the Chandler Rolling Hills Country Club project, EIR, such as through an amendment to the EIR. So that's the thing. Then that would consider modifying the original project description and clarify the intent, natural open space, and that would include the indemnification in favor of the city of Torrance.
Okay. Councilman Gerson, you second that?
Yes, I still second it.
Okay.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion fails with Councilmember Kaji Kalani, Lewis, Matucci, and Mayor Chen voting no.
Do we have a substitute motion? Or a new motion, I guess?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we uphold the appeal, bring back a resolution approving the project, and determine the project exempt from CEQA. And that's it. That's my motion.
Can I offer a substitute?
Second.
Can I offer a substitute? Just clarifying the fact that, for sure, the indemnification from the city will be bought back in the resolution. Shall it come forward again?
Yeah, I
think
believe that's standard, right?
practice.
Yeah. So, yeah. Yes.
Councilwoman Kalani, is something else?
I second the
I-
modified motion.
I was just verifying the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think staff said that's their standard procedure when they come back with the
It's
resolution.
included in every resolution.
All right. We got a motion and a second.
Start voting, please.
Take a break.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Gerson and Councilmember Sheikh voting no.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break.